All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are here in Illinois. Just to the west of Decatur today. Currently right now, just waiting for these supercells off to the west to get organized. Really starting to like that Beardstown cell off to the west. Once again, I'm really in no rush to get there as of right now. Still need a lot of time for these storms. Also, welcome in. Hello, what's up? Thank you for joining on the stream. We just got done with a hit with Will. Also, for you guys that don't know, I am going to be partnering with Will for the rest of the year, and more than likely for even going into next year. Love the dude to death. Absolutely has some great morals, great values. Really down-to-earth human being, and really just wants to do good for people. So make sure to go subscribe. Will Bratton, thank you, jeez, over on his YouTube. So yeah, excited to announce that. But currently right now we're just waiting to the west of Decatur. Really in no rush to go to these cells off to the west, because they're just not really, they're kind of just sitting there meandering, not really doing anything. I mean, they're looking better, but nothing to me that really screams to jump out and be on these as soon as possible. But I will do a, here shortly I'm going to do, show you guys mesoanalysis and really show you guys what's going through my brain as to why I'm thinking this Beardstown stuff is really going to be it here soon. Give me 1 second here, chat. I'm just sitting here posting this real quick to social. Yeah, the cells off to the east, or to the east, off to the west really have my attention. I think that's going to be it. I'm going to sit here and show you guys kind of what I'm sitting here thinking here. Let's take this out. So here's where, give me a second here. Here's where I'm at, just off to the east of these storms, in between Springfield, Decatur. So currently, just these cells are kind of in some sin or associated with a stable layer towards the surface. We take this look at the QT. There's definitely some capping still here present. However, off to the east, the HODOs are a lot better, thanks to being just on that differential heating boundary. And these storms that are firing back off to the west in Missouri, in a favorable environment for tornadoes, obviously, but look at the hodograph. Really not all that favorable for, really robust tornado potential. And the reason being is because look at these southerly surface winds here. So, that will help enhance and help back your surface winds, creating a little bit more stronger shear. And you can see that's a really big difference. And you may be asking, well, there's a surface inversion, or there's some capping still left, so why are you still over here? The main reason is because a lot of times when you get effective shear values at 69 knots, nice. A lot of times that can really drill through any type of stable layer near or at the surface. So, really, more times than not, stronger shear really does overcome a lot of your low-level inversions. And it's kind of like the same premise, even at night, how you have these storms kind of go on throughout the night, and you're just sat there and you're like, oh, there's like minimal instability. Well, that's the reason why. So, really just sitting here waiting on more instability, and also, that differential heating boundary is lifted north throughout the day. So, originally down through here, there's the 15 double hatch right there. They really modified it over the last on the last update here. Let me get the pen tool here. It's so hard doing both at the same time. So originally it was down here near St. Louis. However, when that morning convection really started to wash out, it's really gone further north. So it is now almost pretty much right where these storms are. And you can see lots of lightning on these storms as well. And low-level mesos on them are really not that prevalent yet. That's why I'm sitting here. Given these more time, really no need to rush on these whatsoever. But definitely their presentation on radar, you can definitely tell that there's a lot of shear. Definitely because of how these supercells are becoming elongated. Of course, down there, 78 over 76. That might be a little bit exaggerated, but even in Springfield, 75 over 70. We do have severe warned cells off to the north with torpossible tags, but these also don't really look as appealing. These definitely over here have, I think, the best threat within the next several hours. And of course, we have this big guy over here, this severe thunderstorm warning just off to our northeast, and this thing's, you can tell this thing's really disorganized and outflow dominant. You can tell by that little right there. That thing's actually kind of shelling out a tiny little outflow boundary. But if that outflow boundary can make its way over here, that could actually help these get organized a little bit more and get more low-level rotation. Kind of help, once again, to drill through any stable layer present. So that is my thought process as of right now. We might meander west just a tad bit, but even then, I don't think really need to move all, really anything, move at all. But right now, it's just kind of a waiting game to see what to do and to see which storm is going to be the one we need to get on. But I will say, here's another thing that's really interesting. Those tops for the Beardstown cell right now, 46,000 feet. That thing's moving. So I'm waiting for these also to meander a little bit more southeast. Yeah, these things just don't really scream immediate tornado producers, but I think in the short term, these are going to take off. That Beardstown cell's really starting to get organized. I think it'd be better too just to not go not go west of the city, because that's going to be a pain in the rear end to go back. I think your shear is too weak further north and to the west. This is going to be it with due time. Yeah, this is, sorry if I'm quiet, guys. We're just kind of sitting here waiting to see what happens. And I will say that cell west of Philadelphia, Illinois, it does have a upper level mezzo on it. So it has potential, I do think. Of course, that stuff to our east really looks outflow dominant. Really doesn't even look that good. So I think, honestly, I'm probably just going to hedge. I'm going to go to this gas station, top off real quick, and then probably nudge north slightly, or just northwest. Nothing crazy. Chat. But how's everyone doing today? Hope everyone's doing good. Definitely could be a dangerous day today for sure. Now that moderate 15 double hatch. Could be a really dangerous day. I wish I need to get a new phone mount. I was using Luke's, so that's why it was a little bit more stable. This just is not that stable, unfortunately, and I apologize. I went to Walmart the other day and I couldn't find a really good one, so I ended up buying one. But anyways, chat, I'm gonna go in here and top off on gas and kind of head ever so slightly northwest. Stream might cut out here because I'm ready to get under canopy, but regardless, I'll be back either way, chat. there's really no reason to move here. All right, we're back, chat. I apologize. Had to turn off the Starlink there for a second. But looks like our storm is now severe warned. Thing's moving east at 60. My goodness, that thing is moving. Honestly, chat, there's really no need to move off of this, I don't think. Gotta play the waiting game with these. Gotta do it. Just once you pounce on these storms, it's just you're gonna lose sight of them really fast. But our storm right now, just off to the west, now breaching tops at nearly 50,000 feet west of Springfield. That thing is taking off. My goodness. And once again, there's really no reason to move here where we're at. I don't think. So yeah, right now we're just sitting here waiting. Not really much whole lot else to say other than could be a really big day today across much of the Midwest. Really, this is just turning into, not really, it's more so conditional, but these storms really have to get rooted. I think once they do get rooted, you could tell that we are definitely stable here at the surface. Look at the types of clouds that we have here. We're not sitting under blue skies. We're not sitting under these, can I set over these like alto cumulus to a degree? It's just blanket of just clouds. And once when you have this, it's really more so common with stable air. But the problem is, if you go further west, your wind shear is just really bad. So it's kind of like you gotta kind of hope that the wind shear is so strong enough that it pretty much just drills through the stable layer, which it absolutely is very possible. Yeah, I started to notice that Tropical Storm Arthur's formed now, just off the coast of Texas. If it was a really strong system, I'd probably be down there, but tropical system's not, tropical storm, it's definitely something to pay attention to. However, it's just not something that deserves to go spend a lot of money on. Does look like there's a new MCD. It just got put out, I think. It does look like, based off the latest MCD, we're in the right spot with increased tornado potential. It does look like from St. Louis we're getting more of an established upper level mezzo. And for some reason, they just tore-warned that eastern cell. I don't know what they're doing. Because that just looks really, 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 really outflow dominant. Yeah, I just don't think that's a good looking storm right now. I'm kind of just sitting here in the middle. You know, I think I'm going to make a call and go to the east stuff just because it's in that outflow boundary. It's right along that outflow boundary. It's a risky call, but I'm willing to say, screw it. Just do it. Heck with it. Worst case scenario, we head east and drop back south with the stuff west. That's also moving 60 plus. This is just really, but most of these storms just don't even really look good, Chad. I'm gonna be honest. Alright, chat, I'm making the executive decision to go back west. I'm just in the outskirts of Decatur, but I don't know, I can't ignore that storm out west. This looks too good. Sirens are sounding in Decatur. Well, that's because we do have an ongoing tornado warning now near just north of Decatur. So looks like we might have there we go in this parking lot here and just take a look at radar, see what's up. Yeah, we got sirens going on now, chat. I think this is where we really start to see these storms start to explode. So you got some really good lightning off in the distance too. Lots of lightning. Just not a fan with how outflow dominant these cells look. They just look terrible. Chat, give me one quick second. I'm going to get this stream set up for Severe Studios, so give me 1 second here. Alright, chat, we are back. So I had to get the stream for Severe Studios up and going. Right now we're kind of just in the barrel of these two tornado warned storms. We're just off near the Decatur Metro, just right off of I-74. So right now we're just kind of sitting here waiting. Yeah, these storms just kind of don't look great right now. Lots of lightning, my goodness. You see right off in the distance there, chat, right at the tree line, that's kind of where our storm's going to be at. Yeah, we got a really strong storm now. Yeah, that stuff off to the east just died. Kind of just sitting here watching this. See what this does. Time is 4:33. We're here just to the west of Decatur, Illinois, ahead of this tornado-warned supercell now. And this thing is hauling. Considering getting north of it right now just to give this thing more time. Yeah, I think we should try to just get out ahead of this as fast as possible. Thing is not ready yet, but man, this thing, it's teetering on that warm front. It's teetering on the warm front. Some really good structure, though. So just trying to kick in inflow as we speak. Clear. Wow, the structure up here looks really nice. Yeah, it's just these storm motions today are so dang fast. Really? So dang fast that you gotta keep ahead of it. If it's not looking tornadic, you can't be close to it. You gotta go. It's one of these rare setups, really anomalous setup for June. This is kind of like giving me flashbacks to February or early March. Just gotta keep up with them. Gotta keep up. If you want to get in the game and get a tornado today, you gotta keep getting ahead of these. That's the name of the game. About to get into some good view here, Chad. Some fantastic structure. Gorgeous structure. Off to the left of the view. Oh, what a shot! Lightning is going crazy right now, Chad. Wow. Yeah, you could tell, guys, you could tell this thing's dealing with still some surface inversion issues. You can see how striated the top of this mesocyclone is. Kind of looks like a shelf, but you guys can, hopefully you guys can also see this thing is still pulling in inflow, so it's not outflow dominant by any stretch of the imagination. But I have a feeling we have to kind of do what we did on Kankakee Day on 310, except on steroids, and just keep going east, and then once it produces, or once it has a sign, then you move in for the intercept. But wow, this lightning is absurd. Looks like it just extended the tornado warning. Oh no, we just crossed into it. Okay, never mind. Yeah, Chad, it's a day you really can't mess around with. That's for sure. could be a really, really dangerous day, but also today, oh my gosh, dude. Wow, that lightning. Yeah, this day could be really, really active, or this could just really flop.
Attempting to connect to your phone. Please wait.
No, I don't want to connect to my damn phone. Stop. Oh my God, lightning palooza right now. Thing is that south to the south looks really outflow dominant too. Lots of lightning. Lots and lots of lightning. Oh my gosh! That's disappointing. Yeah, we're on the tornado warning storm now. In Decatur, just north of Decatur. Yeah, this lightning's really sick. These things are just currently struggling right now, which suck, but the only problem is going to the really far southern one right now. That thing also looks outflow dominant. I feel like in this case you kind of want to get the leads out a little bit. Oh my gosh, this thing is just putting off lightning out the rear end. My goodness. And unfortunately, slightly north a little bit. Ahead of it, but that's alright, so it drops south. So we might get caught in the precip with just a tad bit, but nothing crazy. I'm starting to wonder if that MCS kind of held on a little too long in the morning. But it's an inflow tail. It's, you guys probably seen it towards the end of the frame, but it's got an inflow tail on it. Things just kind of struggling riding the warm front a little bit. That's my fear. Actually, I don't think we'll end up in the precip core, I don't think. No, we shouldn't. Yeah, I don't like how these storms are. It does not look good. Chat, this... I ain't feeling too good about this. I'm just gonna keep it a buck. You guys are about to get a killer view. This thing is just, it's pumping out lightning so quick, it's crazy. And there it is. Oh my goodness. Wow. You also get like a strike right on front of the camera. Keep trying to keep up that other thing. It's really it. But wow, what a structure show this thing is. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Also, I don't know what that smell is, but my goodness, that smells terrible. Alright, I think we're going to start making our way east. Get out ahead of these things. These storms, chat, are moving like 60 plus miles an hour. These things are moving. So you gotta be on your toes. Must be on your toes. It had me going this way, but alright. Yeah, I am. It's starting to look outflow dominant. Earlier it had that inflow tail, and I thought that thing could maybe wrap up, but once again, not the issue. I worry about these storms not being able to improve. But we do have a lot of, it's very possible for a while before that drop. And also drop tornado relatively. Well, I love that because it was a little bad. Now, I'll say too, it's south. You can see some of these trees off to the right that are kind of blowing towards me a little bit. So I'm facing due south right now. So that's a good sign. It's not blowing away, nor is it, it's not blowing away from the storm, meaning that it's encountering outflow. So I don't think it's really doing that. I think the storm itself actually could be starting to root, but at the surface, it might just be that surface inversion, potentially. I think. I don't know why they're reporting a wall cloud. That's kind of just... I must have been whatever that is, wrapped in rain or something. Because that really doesn't look that icing. These storms are moving fast, man. 50, 60 plus. I think they're moving faster than 50 because we've been on highways pretty much this entire chase, and it's hard for me to keep up with it. And we're out in front of this thing. So, not an easy chase today. It's a high ceiling day. Definitely could have thought by yesterday too much issues that arose. A lot of the cams kind of did the MCS really bad too. The cams just kind of suck, period, as of recently. Really not much to say for that. Yeah, do not want to be caught up in this. My name's Norman. I'm a storm chaser for the past 5 years. And yeah, so also want to throw out there, you guys know, of course, I've been chasing for like 5 years, and some people on here might have been on here for a while, but I say weather content, new stuff like that, and not for money, for the clicks. And I respect that. I love his passion, and decided to join him. Subscribe to Will Bratton if you guys haven't already. Great. Yeah, go subscribe to Will Bratton. Great meteorologist. The guy, he's going to be successful in this space. I just know it. What a great dude. Alright, chat, I think we're supposed to... I think we're about to get on our turn here shortly. I didn't have service, but I don't even have my Starlink on. There we go. Yeah, it's so outflow dominant. It looks like SLOP, slop. Okay. I don't know why that just gave me that warning, even though I'm already... Yeah, no. I'm in the tornado warning. I know. The circulation be off to where we just were. I'm not even kidding. It's already off there. So we got to be moving. We got to be hitting the boot, scoot, and boogie a little bit. It doesn't look ready. turning. Can you not? We can't be turning. Because Illinois for you. So all the outflow dominant trash. Chat, the stream quality get better once I get back into better cell service. Even with the start, we are really tall right now. It's take a we'll just keep going south, chat. Once again, we are under really star down, unfortunately. But yeah, so that's why the stream cuts out. But we're gonna be heading directly south. We're gonna go in that storm just to our south, chat. That looks to be the best as of right now for anything potentially tornadic. Yeah, I think the storm to our south, chat, south of Decatur, is going to be our really only shot. I think if this ain't it today, as we get out of kind of running underneath the Alright, chat. I'm about to go east more, and then we're about to go south. What sucks is I may have to end the stream here because, unfortunately, because of my phone's
I think my iPhone 15 battery's jacked up and hasn't been charged. I charged it all the way from Ohio, chat. And it's not, my phone's not charging. And I have no way for radar or any way of navigation. Unfortunately. And I don't know why I've had to buy 2 different phone chargers now on the road. And 2 different ports, 2 different everything. And I don't know what's going on, chat, unfortunately. Been stuck at 1% for the past, like, I can't tell you how long, like 30 minutes. We're starting to get the view of the base off to our west. Wow, Chad, this thing looks really healthy. Chad, this thing might be actively trying to tornado as we speak. Yeah, chat. Off to our right, we do have a base. Right now, it's partially wrapped in the rain. Chat, we might have a tornado on the ground here soon, ladies and gentlemen. Need to see if there's any more active roads. Anything that goes south. I'm considering heading south to get ahead of it near Todd's Point. I think that might be the safe. Once we get south, we're gonna have a view of this thing. Chat, it's a really healthy mesocyclone just off to our right. I apologize because I'm trying to get in position so I don't lose it. Wow, this thing is nasty, bro. Alright, chat, here. I'm sitting here driving. There's the storm off right there, chat. There it is. Tornado warning storm. It looks really good. a circulation off to our right too, chat. Looks like we might have a funnel. Back off in the rain a little bit. We're going to pull over, chat, so you guys can get a view of this thing. And there it is. Wow, this thing is nasty. Again, torn style. Just to the south of Decatur near Dalton City. Thing's wrapping up again. I think, oh my gosh, dude, the lightning. Oh my gosh. I think there's a bowl funnel of some sort back in the rain. There's a bowl lowering right there. It's right there. There's something right there. Oh my gosh, the lightning on this thing is ridiculous. It's just, motion's going crazy on it. It's just becoming wrapped in rain. Alright. We're going to be turning around, chat. Yeah, you guys can see we had way better service there, and that's just because we're not underneath the storm and we're kind of out ahead of it. So we're going to be continuing to move off to the east
and south. We're kind of just going to stair step with it. Bethany. So we could actually head south towards Finley. I don't know why it says that thing's moving east at 35. It is not moving east at 35. Also, the vault's starting to open up a little bit. It's RFD starting to lighten up on it too. That's nice. That might be on the ground again. I can't tell. There's some weird motion. Game plan with this cell, chat. We're going to be heading toward up here. So we're just going to cut in that way, but I think we had a brief tornado down.
really don't know what else that could have been. But you see it on stream, I mean, at least visually, you can see the bowl in the rain. Riding my rear end, and I am going 5 over the speed limit. What an idiot. Yeah, unfortunately, just gotta get out ahead of this, chat, as fast as we can. There's no other east roads because of the river. But gotta stay ahead of it. So much lightning, chat. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, this lightning display is insanity. Wow. This is incredible, chat. Just had a funnel, I think, just rope out there, I think. Yeah, here, funnel off of the, off to the right, kind of in between the contrast now, but did have a funnel there. This thing does not look to be done anytime soon, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like it's starting to reorganize as we speak. Plug in the phone here. Yeah, if you're in the path of this, Sullivan, Allenville, Windsor, you guys need to be seeking shelter immediately. I think this thing just produced a brief tornado earlier, buried in the rain. I think I just seen a buddy of mine say that there was a brief tornado down, I believe. I'm also confirming it because he was also on the northern side of it. Wow, this thing is really getting its act together. Got some really strong inflow going into this thing, ladies and gentlemen. I think this thing might have fallen off the boundary and it's starting to reattach. I think it's like currently we're south of the storm right now, trying to once again get out ahead of it. There's the lake that I was talking about. We couldn't get a good view of it because of the lake. There's no good roads, so we just had to drop south just a tad bit. I just have a feeling, chat. I got a feeling about this thing. Wow, it looks good. Alright. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. Alright, chat. We're just going to keep going east, get ahead of this because it's a complete war zone out here. Complete and utter war zone. There's people watching it everywhere. Just gotta get ahead of it. Gotta get ahead of it. And maybe we can go north into it. Chat, wish I could give you guys more views, chat, but main thing is right now we need to stay ahead of the storm. Oh my gosh. structure a little bit, but still is maintaining warm inflow, and it's blowing the car. Oh my gosh. Wow. Jeez, oh Pete. Looks like this thing's starting to become outflow dominant a little bit. Which that doesn't mean it's necessarily over, but it does look immediately tornadic is what it did earlier. I think we might have actually had a brief tornado that was down on the ground back there. I hope the stream caught that, but when we were pulled over, it's like a little bowl funnel that was appearing out in the rain. I don't know if anyone else caught that up close. I thought a buddy of mine said that there was one up right there. Oh my gosh, dude. This lightning is nuts. Thankfully, I am ahead of the conga line right now. That's something I do not want to get stuck behind. No, thank you. Could head south, but there's really no need. So I think I'll just go straight away. It's not dead because it's trying to pull in inflow as we speak. This thing could once again gear up quick, but it looks like it's going outflow dominant right now. Wow. If I even just take warm, that's extremely warm. They'll keep continuing to get elevated and then root really quick, Because that
transition we had earlier, chat, was
very, very quick. But it can also just go completely the opposite way and go the other way. So, you know, you can just get completely offload dominant that quick. Yeah, 76 over 69 near Charleston, Illinois. It's in a great environment. Don't get it twisted, but it's just not ready yet. Wow, this lightning. Oh my. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah, chat, there's really no reason why to give up on this thing yet when it is in a good environment. And again,
It's same thing with Kankakee. It was, oh my gosh. Lightning. It's like I don't necessarily think this thing's done. It's on the warm front.
it's, you know, it's going to have tendencies to potentially get off.
And you know that happens, but if you have warm air still, it's like the same thing with Kankakee. It got surface based for a little bit and then it went elevated, but still pulled in warm air and it was still going into a favorable environment. This is exactly what this is doing.
Not saying this is going to Kankakee again, but
It could have the same characteristics. Oh my gosh. Lord! Oh! Wow! Alright, chat, we're about to cross 57. Wow!
The lightning on this thing
Is insane! I'm scared to step out. This thing is going nuts. Oh my gosh, man. Dude. Oh my. Oh my gosh. Actually, that is not a road anymore. Okay. Wow, guys, this is some of the biggest crashes I've ever seen. I don't know if standing underneath a giant cell tower would be a great idea. But wow, the structure's fantastic. I mean, this thing is literally pulling a almost with how this is looking. Pissing the It's literally like borderline with the it's borderline. It's 76 over 69. I just don't see how this doesn't at least in the near future. Alright, okay, well, I had nice turn signal there, buddy.
It's odd because
This cell is just... So we're here in Charleston. Sorry if I'm not talking. I'm kind of just sitting here thinking about this storm, but it's pulling in warm inflow, I think. Yeah, it's still pulling in warm inflow. You guys can see on the trees right here. It's still pulling in warm inflow. So I don't know. I think it's just hitting the stable layer. I think it's exactly doing what Kankakee did. Get surface base and rooted a little bit, produce a brief tornado, and then it gets back to being elevated. And then as soon as it gets closer to darker, or as soon as we get closer in the evening, as it gets dark, ramps back up again. And once again, this thing's on a warm. But this thing's kind of just teetering on being inflow dominant. There's no point in giving up on this thing at all because it's the lead cell on the warm front. So, I mean, there's no point in giving this thing up. So we're gonna be still on this thing. And you can see I think a lot is due to low level stability. The lack of. I think that's the issue. But once this thing gets when that thing rooted on the warm front, that thing just dang near sig torque. I think it just doesn't look as great. I don't know why they're extending the tornado warning on it all the way to Westfield to Terre Haute. Westfield, I think. get there. There's a very good chance, chat, we just follow this all the way into Indiana. Very good chance. We are en route to Westfield right now. That's essentially where we are. Get where we need to go. As long as we don't get stuck behind hooligans, which is always on zero. I think this guy's also a chaser in front of us. I mean, this storm's in a really good environment. I think it just needs to overcome the low-level inversion. That's it. And I think it's very, very possible this thing does. This essentially just turned into racing at this point. This ain't a sketchy chase, but oh, get over there, buddy. Dang. Yeah, this is turning into the boot, scoot, and buggy chase. This is really back roads. And sometimes you gotta do it to stay out ahead of the storm. You know, it's definitely not environmental issues. Okay. Yeah, this chat is pretty much just a game of wait. It is a gorgeous storm, though, I will say. It's very gorgeous. Alright, chat, I'm gonna pull over here real quick since there's no one behind me and it's on a very narrow road. Let me get a picture of this real quick because wow, this thing is nice. There's left to right motion on this thing. It's just, I think there's chasers behind me. Okay, they're ready to turn on this road. All right. There's left to right motion on the base, but it's just not, you can tell it's not rooted yet. Free falling. Oh yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's taking inflow like air. It's what it's doing what it's supposed to, but it's just not because of the surface. Wow. The inflow is so strong it's kind of pushing the car. Just it does remind me of watching Kankakee when it was in that phase of when it was elevated, because there was really nothing to I don't know who that is, but I mean, it's fantastic structure, but it just needs, I don't know. It obviously needs time. Duh. I just don't think it's over. I think if one thing, Chad, if this thing is pulling in cold air and, you know, if this thing was pulling in cold air getting pushed off the road. Almost. Alright, we are in Westfield right now, and we're trying to get across to just to the east of town right now. It looks like they keep extending that tornado warning. Bro is saying that this is warm air advection. Are you... what? That's just a brain dead take. I mean, you're literally on a warm front. never seen warm air infection that gets fed into the supercell itself. That's just unbelievable. Yeah, it is a brain dead tank. It absolutely is. This thing's barely, if not, right on the cusp of the warm front. And I've been south of the warm front almost the entire day. And even when the storms were ongoing near Decatur, they weren't even like this at all. I mean, it's southerly, sure, but I mean, they weren't. I mean, it's just pretty blatantly obvious. It's just the main issue is your surface immersion. I mean, that's it. It's the same philosophy with Kankakee. Same thing. And that's why you have warm air and that thing looks cold. It's because you have surface immersion. Although this thing looks less cold, but I mean, it still doesn't negate the fact that it's still under surface immersion. And we're also about to go into Terre Haute proper, which is not good. Upper level mezzo is still really good. That's, once again indicative of your surface immersion. Fantastic structure though. I'm not going to sit up here and say that it's not going to produce again, but I'm also not going to sit up here and say this thing's over, because that's far from over. If it was cold air, then we have an issue.
The environment outside of the stable air is fantastic.
I mean, respectfully, there's no reason to even argue with you anyway, because you're like me and you're also way more hard-headed, so. James, come on, bro. It's also not even that deep, but whatever. And it looks like I am leading the conga line. My goodness. So it's always important to stay out ahead. It sucks as you can't stop. I mean, also just look on meso analysis. I mean, that's quite literally unstable air. I think even if we had an MCS come through, I think it'd have been fine. I think the main thing that also models didn't really have is really starting to back build.
in the Conga.
Radar. All it takes, chat, is one
Single.
deviation. That's it. I'm almost kind of in the same spot as for Kankakee until I realized I was like, yeah, this thing was terrible. An elevated supercell get pull in warm air. But I had to look on meso analysis because I was like, it was just so bizarre. I'm like, okay, well, if the environment upstream's terrible, or if it's not riding within the warm front of the good environment, then I'm out. I'm out on it. But that was not the case. So that thing just kept going, and I looked at the environment, and it's still in stable air. So just realized that.
It's kind of doing the same thing as
Kankakee too, where it was kind of moving like east, southeast, but kind of still mostly east until it kind of
did its thing.
Earlier it had a updraft on it, or more of a pronounced updraft, I should say, and it looked a little bit more scuddy. So I don't know if I was in the process trying to get surface base there for a second when I tried to get that picture earlier, but now that scud's
Kind of getting removed.
But we also have another storm off to the west, but that's kind of just an overturned air, obviously, from this. And you're, once again, also not on the warm front. The nearest station is 79 over 70, and that's due south of us. Once again, it's right along the warm front. I just feel like I'm just repeating myself over and over, and I apologize for not being able to stop as much.
But also at the same time,
Kind of need to get out ahead and reposition. There's no reason to stop because there's also a huge line of other chasers behind me. So if I stop, I'm getting put back in the Conga line, and then I'm behind traffic. But me and this guy in the Iowa plates up here at PDS Tours leading the way.
of me wants to see this thing shed
some precip so it can. I feel like that's another good telltale sign. When this thing starts to shed precip a little bit. Evening going so far. Honestly, I am running on 3 hours of sleep. Comfortably 3 hours. Not been able to read the checks. I've been driving. So I apologize if people are texting and chat. But for those people that's new, welcome. My name is Norman Smith. I'm a meteorology major and also a professional storm chaser. Been doing it for 5 years. Love it. Breathe it. Yeah, it's the reason I get up in the morning. It's one of the only few reasons I get up in the morning, to tell you the truth. So, it's I appreciate you guys joining me on this journey. That's a little different because I'm not fully used to live streaming, because that's more so video content creation wise. But I hope you guys enjoy hopefully you guys enjoyed videos, or the live streams, I should say. Sorry. But if you guys enjoy the streams, enjoy the this form of content, we've gotten a couple tornadoes so far on the lives. However, it just hasn't really. We haven't got the big one yet, which that's coming. It's coming. So just need some patience, but. What a year this has been, though. What a year. I'm up to 23 tornadoes this year. It's one of, if not the best year I've ever had. And we're closing in on. We're going to be closing in on 100 tornadoes. We just need 7 more, and it'll be at 100. But just really appreciate you guys that, watching the videos. And, Hey, and listen, I can't appreciate you guys enough, because out of the last 5 videos, 3 videos have now reached over 1,000 subscribers. Or 1,000, excuse me, 1,000 subscribers, 1,000 views. So once again, I can't thank you guys enough. You know, and building this channel with you guys, I couldn't do this I couldn't push myself to do this for full time. That's very easy for me because, you know, I could finish out college. I have a year and a half, you know, and really actually probably a year with summer courses. And also, you know, just, or I could go do other things. I have multiple things I could go do, job offers that pay good, but, you know, at the same time, I'd rather just go do something that I love to do. Even if it makes me aggravated, I'd still rather go do what I love to do. No place I'd rather be than storm chasing and sharing it with you guys, that's for sure. That is for sure. I think we're about to get on the highway here and head north. There's the structure there for you guys. You can tell it's really elevated. Good structure though. Gorgeous structure. Stop here at this gas station and see what's up, or stop at this McDonald's parking lot and see what's going on here with this storm. Or we could probably just go on the highway or just pull off over here on the side, but the longer this thing stays elevated, I think, the more I'm getting worried about it. But with this much shear, I mean, you just never know. Never know. But I think I'm just going to pull off here. Look at satellite, or not satellite, look at radar, see what's going on. And let you guys enjoy. Probably just turn the thing a little bit, but we're just off of I-70 right now. The location's also not updating, but I think I accidentally stopped my real-time IRL. Yeah, I did. Oops. It's like I just continued the SVR with Tour Possible, which, as they should.
I'm also just kind of not a fan with how this thing is looking right now, even just on radar. I'm considering going back for that other storm. I mean, it's not I don't know. I don't know if it's on the ground or not, but it looks good. But I'm also feeling that if it is on the ground, it's probably going to be wrapped in rain, chat. Honestly, I could just go back to Westfield. Okay. I think he's also probably just contemplating the same thing. But all right, chap. I think we're going to go back for that storm. There's reported rain-wrapped tornado off to the west. I really didn't think that was going to do anything. I thought the lead one was going to do something, but I chose wrong. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Honestly, it's just go back to Westfield. Usually lead storms, even though this thing's dying, that was going to be
once again, that's also another negative with chasing by yourself, because you're so focused on driving, and multitasking is not easy. So in a sense, when you're kind of by yourself to a degree, you're kind of just like focused on one said storm, unless it's really obvious, or in some cases until you don't have time or just have the time to look at radar. But good thing is we're not that far behind. We're about 20 minutes from Westfield, so any tornado down, we should absolutely have a good view of it. That's no way to say it, but I just made a bad call. And I just was on me. I wasn't even paying attention. No, dear. No. I seen you sticking your head out. No. Starting to see the base. Oh, right where that lightning was. You can see the left edge of the base. Oh. There's the right edge shot. Oh my gosh. Time is 7 o'clock. We are now, wow, that's another big strike. We're now heading back west. There's a oh my gosh, dude. Damn. Oh my gosh. Wow. Massive amounts of lightning, man. Oh! That's just chaos. Oh my gosh! It's chaos, chat. Oh! those, chat. Probably one of the most. And there's the right edge. Oh! Right edge.
Alright, chat, I'm back.
Sorry, I had no service at all. I'm trying to find a south route right now. My phones and everything is lagging right now horribly. I just can't find any good south routes.
Doesn't look all as what it used to.
Chat. Alright, chat, we're going to head south. This is just dumb, dude. This is dumb. We're gonna head south on this road up here, and then we're gonna turn south because we can't. So far, we've gotten 2 tours, and they were all just mid. And one was just the right edge of it. That's all you could see, and then the other was just a button, which, I mean, sure. south.
Yeah, that's some rapid rotation right there. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to go all the way down to Hudsonville, Terre Haute towards Sullivan. That's the only way we can cross. And I'm not going west because it's already 7:30 and I'd like to be home since I'm in Indiana.
bit of rain. Oh, power flash, power flash. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Or what that was, but I just observed the power flash. I'm not sure what that was. I think that might have been from a tornado, maybe. I can't say without. Don't know if someone could clip that, but there was a really big power flash. I think that, chat, that might have been a tornado. There's now damage being reported north side of Marshall. Alright, chat, we're just gonna head south and then eventually Hi, chat. We are back from the live briefing over at Will's. Unfortunately, I couldn't do it on my other phone because my other phone is almost dead. Still has the battery issue, or else I've just done that. Did the live cut there, unfortunately. But yeah, we're just still continuing to chase this off to the east near Terre Haute. Both these storms kind of just look all right. Considering heading back west. Actually, I think I am right now. Heck with it. I mean, the storm to the east, that's the first time I looked at radar, and wow, it's just putting a goose chase, it seems like. I just head back west towards Dietrich. It's been 9 o'clock until I get there. Chat, we're just gonna go west. We're gonna ditch this storm, I think, near Terre Haute. It's really just not looking that overall impressive. think it's going to do it near the warm front, and then just the one, even you think it's in the subsidized air, just nope, it produces. What a frustrating chase. What a frustrating chase. Alright, I had to listen to music and lock in here, guys. I'm sorry. I've not been in the best mood right now after today's performance. Please, one more time. One more time, please. I think it's done. I think it's done, chat. Can this thing please do it one more time? Please, for the love of God, one more time. That's all I ask. One more
Can't pull it off anymore, apparently. Damn it. This merger not?
I am washed. I am washed. No doubt about it. And then damn, dude. What am I genuinely doing with myself? Yeah, it's just... What am I doing? I'm just D1 throwing. I am actually actively throwing. As we speak, I am throwing. My name is Norman Smith, and I just throw chases. Norman Throw Smith. That's me, my middle name. Norman Throw Smith. Oh, the fuck, dude. Sorry, chat, but come on. It's frustrating. Frustrating as can be. As soon as I get on this thing, it died. Now, knowing my luck, it seems the storm to the west is eventually going to do something now. Just have a feeling. Tornado, but I don't even... tornado, actually. Hold on. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sickle. That is a tornado on the ground right now. Bad road. Oh, that's a really bad road, yeah. Okay. That is a ongoing tornado right there. Chat, we have a ongoing tornado. And this is a turning into a mud road. That's on the ground. Like an 8-point damn turn. Yeah, that's on the ground. That's absolutely on the ground. That's back in the rain. Got a glimmer of it. It's hard to see on the stream because it's dark. Man, this has been a chaotic chaos. I've just not been on my A game. Just telling you the truth. chat. Tornado's on the ground right now. No, maps. Why did maps take me here? Why did maps take me here? Whoa. What? Stupid maps. I am done rerouting Apple Maps. Alright guys, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground right now near Oaklawn. It's kind of buried in rain right now. see if there's any power flashes, anything that's illuminating this tornado. There is a tornado back in there, but it is so difficult to see, and I'm only getting glimpses of it. That might be the funnel right there, actually. A big, big bowl funnel, I think. I've just completely lost everything, dude. What a bad day for me. Bad day. I don't know. The weak tornadoes after weak tornadoes, and then I can't even get on the main thing, and it's so aggravating, Chad. I apologize for not speaking a single word. Even the stuff back to the west. I'm just gonna stay at this one. I don't care anymore. I just... The one on the west doesn't really look that great. I just don't know, dude. I put so much damn pressure on myself that I'm just getting bamboozled. I really am. I'm bamboozling myself. I'm just gonna stick with this one. I don't care. If I miss something out west, I just don't even care anymore. I mean, I've effed up so bad that, I mean, I just don't even care. Heck with it. I'm going west. I don't care. That's final. I'm going west, and that's the end of it. I've completely just lost every damn thing in my mind, dude. Put too much pressure on myself. That's what I did. I sat there and just, I don't know. I can't execute today at all. Only on the putters, folks. Only on the putters. Dude, it's every time I stream, too. I just don't perform when I stream, dude. I don't know, chat. I really don't know. I've lost complete patience. I've gave up. I mean, we scored, yeah, but it's just putters. Like, I don't know. I can't even get good photos or anything of it's so dark. Chat. So we got actually, you know, I'm just gonna go east. You know, I am such in a pretzel right now of trying to overperform that I am literally losing my ever-loving mind. I'm losing my mind as we speak. It's being lost. So that was on the ground. I can't get it on the live stream because one, it's too dark. Number two, I only seen the funnel from literally in the rain. And then it gets buried, and then you only see the outline from literally your north, or from my north, as I'm driving like southeast to get on the east-west road, and I'm just like, dude. I've just completely complete utter disaster. No good photos from today. Although I got a lot of lightning. it's just remarkable. It's remarkable what I've done today. Get on the E-Storm, ride with it, truthed it, and then died, and then went west, got the rain-wrapped right edge of Charleston, and then tried to follow that, seen power flashes near Hannah or whatever, I don't know what town that starts with H, Havana something, I don't know. So that might have been a weak tornado there too. I caught that on stream, and then whatever this tornado was, but it's buried. I've seen 3. We had the one south of Decatur, but it just wasn't good. It's just been a disaster class, and it could have been worse, yeah, but disaster. Missed the best tornado of the day, man. Well, I know people who pray on my downfall. I'm sure y'all are enjoying this. It's alright. At the end of the day, I mean, it is what it is, I suppose. I don't know. I am selling really bad. Let's just stay after this discreet cell, fellas. I don't know. This is just really depressing. That's now 2 chases in a row where I end I am a effing idiot. Straight up. Time to go north. And it's just by this point, it's already too late because it's crossed the river and I can't get there. chase is over. That's just so aggravating. But what can you do about it? Just put your head down and work. But what can you do about it? You're going to have good runs, bad runs, in-between runs. This is definitely an in-between run. I mean, it's better than busting completely, but man, dude. It's depressing. I think mentally I am just straight up pushing myself so much that I'm just pushing myself too much mentally is what I'm doing. That's exactly what I'm doing, is I'm just pushing myself. I've considered just going back west, just cause, I mean, my gut's telling me go west, and I'm just sitting here, I mentally gave up, truthfully. It's been a bad day. I've put too much pressure onto myself. I'm turning back around. What in the world am I doing, bro? It's just, I've put way too much pressure on myself. I just need to chase casual again. And just be like, you know what, if I miss something, I miss it. So without sitting here and quite literally just making myself so just I don't know. I've just completely mentally, I don't know. I don't know if I've hit a stint. I don't know if I've hit a rough patch. I don't know if I don't know what I've done. I don't know what I've done, to tell you the truth, ladies and gentlemen. But all I do know is that quite literally, I don't know. I can't tell you. Why did I not go west? Purely because the warm front. I mean, just for common knowledge, it's like 9 out of 10 times your storms that are on the furthest east usually take advantage of it. And it just didn't happen. I don't know. I think I was too worried to go west because I'd missed something east, and then just it turned out the complete opposite way. Part of it was me being worried about going west, missing something east, but also just common knowledge. I've always thought that you're. I want to formally apologize to the entire chat for just the pitiful performance once again. I mean, it was cool, but just absolutely pitiful. It's just pitiful, man. Pitiful. I can't get on the right tornadoes today. Every single tornado, it's been completely just wrapped in rain or just wow. That's all I can say. It's just really wow, fellas. It's just, I don't know. I've officially lost it, I think. I just really thought the east stuff was going to do it. Stayed on one storm way too long, I guess. To be fair, I wasn't even looking west either, which, again, that's on me. I mean, I also just kind of thought that the west stuff wasn't going to do anything of east, so